So continuing from yesterday, I mean, I had reviewed all the games I played. I reviewed the video, looking for mistakes. One thing I noticed is that I get 4 gas after Overlord speed, so I'm going to try to use that gas by getting quick hive or infestation pit with some infestors. Lurker den quickly, or spire for mutas, depending. I don't need to be floating gas. Most people would get 2 gas for after the Overlord speed. But we're experimenting and seeing what works.
We require more minerals. 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 We require more minerals.
So is he expanding? I hate how he doesn't just expand. Of course.
We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Our drones are under attack. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more. Our forces are under attack. Some more overlord.
I can't believe I lost this shit.
Our forces are under attack. Some more overlords. We
Where's the
require
barracks?
more minerals.
There.
We require more minerals.
Can I still win this?
We require more minerals. We require more minerals. More overlords. Metamorphosis complete. We require more Vespine gas. We require more Vespine gas.
Okay, well at least he's on one base.
Not enough energy. Forces are under attack. Not enough energy. Our forces are under attack. So more overlords. Not enough energy. Not enough energy. Our forces are under attack. We require more Vespine gas.
Can I win this?
We not enough energy.
You actually let me win?
Mineral field depleted. We require more Vespene gas. Mineral field depleted.
Maybe we can still win.
We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more Vespene gas. We require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
Alright, nice. We won the game. Good job, us. I like this game because it demonstrates my counter cheese. It's strong. Well, he's stuck on. Oh, he's got a second base. Probably should have known that. But I didn't know he got a second base. I still won this game. That's dangerous. I thought I had him stuck on one base, but he's looking at another extension over here too. It's a good thing that I expanded a lot. Alright. Not bad. We're rank 5 again. Hold on. We're gonna get some beer. We hope we can withstand all this, but we're having a hard time. We feel kind of always a bit dizzy, no matter what. And we spend a lot of time watching, so playing after, like spending a lot of time on this game is causing me to become dizzy and stuff. We're back. Gonna grab a beer. We hope we can keep playing though. We're just so happy to win that game. Oh my god. You know, that's the sort of game I like to celebrate because we've been winning against Cheese a lot more, and we're just happy about that. Sometimes you could lose to that, so just be careful. Maybe if the opponent seems to be on one base for a long time, I should still scout to see if there's any other bases. So I can always send like a couple links to scout to see if they've expanded elsewhere. But we still won that game despite his extra expansions that he got, because we expanded more, so we got more out of it, and we can kill him. Alright. And we did get the 4 gases, and we got Lair before speed, Overlord speed, because we wanted to get fast mutas, because he had the tank at the first base. We wanted to get faster mutas, so that's why we just changed it up. I don't disagree with my actions. I think it's okay. I don't know how to describe this feeling though. Like everything we do, even if we rest, or it sort of feels a bit dizzy. But you know, I can just keep playing. And as long as you're watching, I'm happy too. I've got some viewers. prepare myself for the next game because it's hard. These games are hard on you. See, he wins doing that shit sometimes. He just does that every time. He gets the diamond. So it's nice that we were able to win. It means we're a bit smart. But you know, TRX, he's a friend online. When he showed me the build that I'm using now, and I thought he was really good, but now I beat him in almost every game. So it's one of those the student beats the master situations. Interesting. I'm just trying to get to master in like the right way, not the glitch way like I got it last time, where it actually should have placed me in platinum, but it placed me in master because it's a glitch, and that happens sometimes. So if you look at people's profile and it says master, but they have low MMR, then it's the glitch. They're not actually in Masters League. So I'm looking forward to a real Masters League. I got so tired after that game. Sometimes we can play like 20 games in a row. But maybe it's because we watched a lot of games today, so we're just tired. Sometimes it just gets tiring to follow and to do things like play this game because you have to do it right. This is a problem because we're just like too tired to play the next game, like mentally. Because we did look over all of our games, like it was 6 hours and 10 minutes with some breaks. and we just tried to think of ways to improve. And we did think of some things. Like in that last game, even though it looked good, we had a lot of gas. So I would just find out ways to use that gas. I get 4 gas after Overlord speed. Some get 2, but I can use that for Infestation Pit, Hive, Lurker Den, upgrades, and yeah, I get early Hive with that gas earlier than usual. Instead of getting 2 gas, more queens, like a lot of players do, just leads to a different outcome. Well, especially if you're going Muta, you need to have that gas, or if you're going Spire units, Corruptors even. Oh my god, we are so tired. It is such a fight. Like, there's a point where we just ask ourselves, how do we enjoy this if we have to try so hard and we have to do everything right? So we have to focus on doing things right. That gets really tiring. Maybe I'm just gonna talk about things, and you can listen if you want. And maybe I'm gonna end the stream if I'm just tired, but I'm not doing anything and I don't know what to do. I don't really want to rest. Normally I'd have Kung Fu practice tonight, but today is Family Day. And I don't know how to keep going, man. Even though things are getting pretty automatic, things are always being questioned, every decision. And, you know, I'm completely okay with the last game when I got Lair before speed that time. Because I wanted to get the mutas as soon as possible, as soon as I saw the tank on the one base. So I don't disagree with that. Maybe I can come to a point one day when it's not so hard to play a game. Everything comes more automatic. But I don't think I'm there yet. And it seems like you have to really try to get it right every game. And you know what? Out of that group, with friends that we have, I feel like I'm one of the better players because I started beating everyone except for Sephiroth. He beats me a lot, but I beat him 3 times in a row ZVZ, so that does say something about my skill. But the ladder is a bit different, so I'm at a point in the ladder where there are opponents that are quite good and who beat me, and there are opponents I think that are quite bad that I get. And the last opponent was a cheeser. Maybe that's why it tired me out, because when somebody tries to cheese you, you have to outthink your opponent. As soon as you see it, you have to know exactly what to do to win the game. And it's not like your typical game. So you have to change some things. I used to have like 1 time speed in the replay of both players, but I do think that takes a lot of time, even though I did learn some things from it. But now I just do a quick 8 times speed overview for every game, so I don't waste too much time, and I move on to the next game. Maybe I'm having a hard time deciding if I want to get melee upgrades versus ranged upgrades, especially CVT. If I want to do Zergling Bane Ultras, or get some Hydras, or if we're gonna go Zergling Bane Muta Ultras. I suppose if I'm doing Zergling Bane Muta Ultras, I can go into the melee upgrades. But if I'm doing Zerling Bane Hydra, like sometimes I do, then I can get the ranged upgrades. And I might as well get lurkers if they're going heavy Marine Marauder. Might as well get lurkers, of course. And that's something that I lack. Sometimes I've seen games where I just get Zergling Bane Hydra without lurkers against Terran, and then I lose. When I could have just gotten some lurkers, and it would have helped me in that engagement to win the game. So I just needed lurkers. Even I said Vipers. Vipers would be good too, but lurkers would be especially good since I have the Hydras out already. And all I need is Lurker Den and Lurker upgrade. Lurker's Burrow. And once I get Hive to get the Lurker upgrades for increased range and I think speed. I'm not sure actually. In Hydra's Dash, that's a new upgrade from I don't know what patch to me, and I never use it, but I should. You can get it from Hive. It'd probably be really good against tanks, especially because you can just dash toward them and kill them, or you can dash away from trouble. I can use that probably more. And since I'm going for gas, I can get Infestation Pit quickly, so I might as well get some Infestors in my army against the usual mix. In usual Terran or Protoss armies, or even Zerg if it becomes a macro game, which sometimes it does. But in ZVZ, I just like to Ling Bane, so that sets up the game. Either he can play economic, defensive, or aggressive as well. If he plays defensive, then maybe I just have to start droning up if he walls off. Then ideally we would be, in the same, that he wouldn't be ahead of me. So I would start getting the drone count quickly if I see the wall immediately. Oh my god, we are tired. But holy fuck. Like, if you compare how I'm playing now compared to when I first started these videos, there's been a lot of changes, and I think it's gotten a lot better. But even before, when my build was terrible, I still pulled off some pretty decent moves, I think, and I'm still pulling off some pretty decent moves. It's pretty good. I think I'm trying to figure out what it requires to get to Masters League. Maybe like a better understanding of build orders, better execution, better timings. So maybe like fixing some problems, like getting too much gas, not using it, so make sure to use the gas. Or get less gas geysers originally, so that you can get more queens and drones. More minerals. I think this game is very hard. It's very hard on you. My god, I've played so many games since the beginning. It's just part of life. This game's still relevant, but it has changed for me in a lot of ways because we're playing differently. So even though obviously I like to win, but my playstyle has changed drastically. And I guess since the beginning I've always wanted to win, so I always try to find the best thing to win. But I was just going by how I feel more than what can actually be good. I haven't thought it all the way through. I wish we could be calm when playing, but it just becomes like that feeling of urgency. So there's stress because you need to do it properly. You can't make mistakes. Like when I forget spores, that's a really costly mistake. Like, I used to watch Twitch streams of pros. I bought the subscription, Twitch Turbo. Bought this Twitch Turbo so that there were no ads, and now I haven't renewed it because it costs like $13.99, I think, for 1 month. And maybe I don't want to buy it again because I can just play instead, and it probably is better to play than to watch. And it's like there's no real way to get through the shit, like, because you're just gonna feel some type of way, and everything will just feel overwhelming, and you can't really play because it's just too much stress for you right now, and you want to relax but you can't really sleep or rest. So I guess I'm in the mood just to talk, and if you listen, that's fine. We're just reflecting the past and the present. I think we've had a concentrated effort, and maybe one of the reasons I don't mind not watching Twitch anymore is because my playstyle is a lot different than the pros, and I don't feel like changing it to their idea of the game. Because in my idea of the game, I get Overlord speed before Lair normally. In their idea of the game, they get Lair before Overlord speed, and might not even get Overlord speed until later. And they just try to scout with their slow Overlords to try to see what the opponent is doing. But I like to get Overlord speed early so that I can scout early. So that I can get a good scout of the opponent. So all the buildings, I like to have as much information as possible so that I can plan my next move, so that I can counter, of course, ideally. But I think that has worked for me a few times. Just, it feels good that out of the players that I've played with, the group of friends we have, I'm one of the better players. So I've beaten quite a lot of players at this game. Like, a lot of people who try to be good and who aren't as good as me, so that's something that I'm happy about. Of course, I'm not better than a lot of players that are better than me, so I envy them, but I do think players who are better than me have probably put more effort into the game than I have. So even when they were feeling tired or dizzy, they still kept playing, I would think, until they understood everything. They just kept going. Out of their love for the game, probably. But I think it's okay to reflect. And it's not like I want to watch a replay right now, because we already watched them all. There's no point really. I think watching it at 8 times speed is sufficient as long as you're looking at the right places. there's other things that I kind of want to talk about, so maybe I'll make other videos talking about things. But sometimes I feel like it's a bit bad to be talking about things, certain perspectives, because it's not going to be taken properly or the way you want it to. It's not going to be known why. But there are still a lot of things I would like to talk about, but whether it's wise to talk about them is another story. But I guess I feel like the more close you get to good at StarCraft 2, it's like the closer you get to a certain truth that only people who know how to play the game understand, and they all understand a certain truth. I feel like a lot of time there's really no point in trying to progress or get better, because there's already always someone who's far better than you, who seems to understand everything already. So whatever struggle you've gone through, they've gone through, but they just understood things a bit better. Whether it's better to understand things better or not, that's another question, because I remember being a child and having a childlike innocence and being happy with whatever happened. Now, as an adult, I'm not satisfied with life. Sometimes I feel life is very heavy, and a lot of tasks that you have to do become difficult. Like eating, always a problem, because either you prepare food or you go out and buy something. It's always a trouble. Sometimes you don't feel like buying out either, because you end up spending money and buying something. Sometimes I guess it's acceptable because you don't want to make something, so you want to eat out so you don't have to do all that shit. I just want to be happy, right? So consistent. I can be consistent. But that's what I mean. I don't think consistentness necessarily brings happiness, because if I look back on my life as a child, I think I was happier. So when I didn't know anything, but I think when I know more things, it just keeps you contained in a way of thinking. So you have to continue to think like that to improve at whatever you're doing, and so everything becomes more difficult, more challenging, I think, because you have to keep your awareness, so you're not a kid anymore. Because if you make mistakes, then it can cost you the game. So, but who's to say certain things are a mistake, right? Like getting 4 gas after overload speed, or 2 gas. It just depends on the route you want to take for the late game. And I'm experimenting, so maybe I feel I don't need the training wheels of the pros to tell me how to play, because I can develop ways to play myself. And that's how I've always felt about this game, even though I would say my build order was poor before, because I wasn't considering, getting hatchery and spawning pool on time for queens, to protect drones from Reaper or Adept. I wasn't thinking that. I was thinking I just want to build I just wanted an economic build, so I would do 18 hatch, or then later 17 hatch. But like now I do 16 hatch, and 15 pool. Sorry, 15 gas. No, 15 pool, 14 gas. And my queens come out relatively a good time for Adepts and Reapers now. So it is a different game that is being played. Just consider it a bit more. So you might think, what's the point, right? I guess we're all looking for happiness. Sometimes very bad things happen and we just don't feel happy at all. And I'm not sure if getting better at things, even though that's what I like to do, necessarily leads to happier. Because even though you're able to do more things and it seems powerful, it seems like when we were kids we were happier than we are now. Because now we demand more things. When we were kids, we just had whatever the day gave us. We didn't have to worry about a lot of things. So I guess my point is, if we get better at StarCraft 2, which is hard, because you have to consider a lot of things and you have to process them in your mind all the time to be good. And then you train yourself to think that way and to see that way. So everything, in a way, becomes troubling because you become aware of more problems than there are solutions for in your everyday life. As you get better at StarCraft, you become more aware of things in your life. And so maybe you feel a sense of discomfort or having to be aware all the time, which is tiring. So you get tired. And we also feel if we don't watch ourselves, we are going to get taken advantage of. And I don't know what to say, but I mean, this could be boring to listen to, but it doesn't matter to me. If I decide to play some more games, then you can skip this part too and just get to the game. You're smart enough to do that. Because it's hard to climb this mountain, man. I think it's very difficult. But maybe it could be very easy for some people if they get it all. But I think no matter how you look at it, it still is mentally taxing. So you do have to think all the time, you have to be alert. So I don't know if it gets easier from practice necessarily, if the mental strain is always going to be there. I mean, it would be nice, I suppose, for things to become more automatic and clearly understood. But I think, like, I beat a lot of players at this game still, so it is nice. I'll be back. Alright. I'll just click something when I come back so that you know when to come back. Just skip to that part. Okay, so as we said, we would just click somewhere when we come back. So we're rank 5, or rank 6. Diamond 3. Maybe we can get Diamond 2 soon. Maybe I just need to sit down and continue talking, but I'm not sure what to say. So we were just covering how maybe it's difficult to keep playing at a certain level. I think it just gets more difficult as you climb the ladder and you get better. As players get better. So the expectations are more. I must say, I am happy with that last win, though it goes to show that I can beat cheese sometimes. Like, strategies that are supposed to be cheap and wins a lot for certain players, that I can beat them. So it's good to know that. A lot of time, it really helps that I send a scout early. So I get 15 drones, 16 drone. I get a hatchery with one of those drones, and I scout with the other drone, so I can see if they've expanded or not. If they haven't expanded, then I become worrisome, and if they still haven't expanded, I keep scouting, and I scout with the Overlord and the Lynx that come back. So I try to send the drone back, but it's time before the Overlord gets to the expansion. So that I can see if they have an expansion. If they don't have an expansion, then I'm gonna get a lot of Lings and Banes, because it's probably a one base all in. And that's how I win. So, pretty easy decision if I'm scouting. But if I wasn't scouting, like before, then it would be maybe impossible to beat certain strategies. So I suppose you have to be smart in your decisions so that you can win. I guess I don't really feel like playing another game, but I'm not tired that I want to rest, and I don't want to do nothing either. Normally I'd watch Twitch, but even that started to become tiresome, especially since I don't actually do the builds that the pros do. this time. And I guess I stopped talking for a bit, but I suppose you can always find out when I talk again if I stay silent for a moment. I feel like I can't actually play, and that's why sometimes I would watch Twitch, but even that's tiring. Let's see, what else can I say? Well, in this game, we kind of just like to scout, and based on the information we get the unit composition you need to win a fight, and not to engage until you have that unit composition that can win. So, in a way, this game is like training your mind to see patterns and to think of better ways of executing those patterns and to think past it so that you can do it better every time. Consider more. And go with your plan. You have to have a plan of action. So I don't think the way I'm playing is wrong, but it can be tweaked to be better. Just like, even though I would say my build order was bad before, because it didn't consider certain things, it could be tweaked to be better and to consider more things, which I did. I think I've improved since, because I started beating people who used to beat me at StarCraft 2. So tiring though. Sometimes I'm able to play like 20 games in a day, and right now I'm just so tired of it. I mean, not tired in the sense that I want to sleep or rest, so we're just talking. But the tasks you have to do in a game, it gets really tiring to be good. It's like one of those things I started to notice is, like, let's say a Protoss opponent sends a few zealots somewhere to attack an expansion. I used to send my whole army back, and I've seen myself do that in recent games. I think that's a mistake. I should only send a few units back to defend against those zealots and keep the rest in a position that will protect in case the death ball comes, Protoss death ball, so I can engage that and defend properly. Because if I send my whole army for a few zealots and then he attacks from another angle, then I can lose the game. So I used to do something that I think is wrong, but when I spotted it, I can do better. It's just an example of something. The other thing is the build order. Of course, it got better because I send a scout early. I can tell for a lot of cheese builds I can beat them just because I know they're coming, because I don't see the expansion and they're doing one base all in. Another thing I should consider is changing my strategy depending on map. I'm not doing that at all, basically. Well, only a little bit. But I see some players, they might drastically change their strategies depending on map, and maybe I should gain some insight into that. But I don't really know how. I don't really know what to do to change. I'm not sure what has to change. So if we end the stream now, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do. I don't feel like resting or sleeping, so maybe I'm just gonna find some more things about StarCraft to talk about. I noticed in a ZBT I got Ling Bane and Hydra, and I feel like I could have gotten Lurkers and Vipers by that time. Even Hive Tech. I probably didn't have a Hive Tech at the time, but I probably should have had a Hive Tech. Just stupid things like that. I noticed that my build can be more refined with practice. So not to be lazy, but know what I'm doing, especially not allowing myself to get so much gas and not use it. So if I'm gonna go gas heavy in the early game to mid game, like after Overlord Speed getting 4 gas, then I need to plan to spend that gas and not just let gas accumulate. Otherwise I should get 2 gas like a lot of players do, and Mass Queens and drones. Mostly getting just some roaches and hydras for now. But I think I can get more tech buildings, get more upgrades, the extra gas. I can tech to hive faster, get some gas heavy units like Vipers earlier. Vipers are really good. So I just plan to do that. So the answer is not necessarily to get less gas. That's why the problem is like a bit unresolved in my mind. But I mean, if you do get more gas, then you have to use it. So it just makes the game different. I can't really say what's the better approach because it's just a different style with its advantages and disadvantages. Another thing is, I had a friend who was very good at StarCraft 2. Showed me everything about computers and life. Who basically built my computer, told me all the parts to get, told me what I needed to upgrade it as well. He doesn't talk to me anymore. Basically, he seems like he knows everything. So it's sad to lose that, because you have to figure out everything on your own. You don't have somebody who can tell you what's good. But I just try to remember what that was about and what that was, so that I can get everything, remember everything properly, and understand everything properly, so process it so that I can perform better in life. So it's not like I'm in a rush to get a job or anything like that, because I know that playing StarCraft 2 all day, which is what good players do, is not the same as getting a job and having to forfeit your time for that job, which you could be doing playing StarCraft 2, or learning something about it, seeing it from an angle. I'm gonna say I started taking Kung Fu combat class, Lion Dance. Well, this all comes from the same instructor teaching these classes. I started taking them, and I attend every one of his classes. So even on Saturday, there's 5 hours of classes, so I attend all of them. So in the morning and the afternoon, and I'm still able to do that. Not a lot of people do that. I mean, basically nobody does that except me. I attend every class, and I think learning martial arts, especially Kung Fu, is probably good for my progress or my mentality, because you have to learn different stances, try to make them better and improve them over time, which is a physical exertion, a mental exercise, and probably healthy. I enjoy it. That's another mountain to climb, just getting good at that. I mean, it could be like learning an instrument. Not everybody knows how, but it might be worth the effort to knowing something. Like, I only know some basic chords to play on the guitar, but other people seem to be able to play it a lot seamlessly, although I think they cheat a little bit in the sense that they're going to be playing the same bar chords over and over again. Like in black metal, you often hear that. But they can make good sounding music just knowing some basic things about their guitar, so they can produce it, which is nice. I mean, it takes a little bit more effort than that, I suppose, but that's how a lot of music is made. So from simple principles, which can be executed. Probably, if it can be executed more easily, then it is more likely to be produced if it sounds good than if it was more complicated. to produce, then it is less likely to be produced by a larger amount of people. But I suppose some people are very good with their guitar and they know a lot of things, or their instrument, we'll say, any instrument, because they have a lot of practice. But in my life, I chose that StarCraft 2 is important, and a lot of people who play instruments can't play StarCraft 2. So, in a way, I don't envy them for having a skill that I don't have, because I may have a skill that they don't have. And I think that this skill is probably more important. Even though it's nice, I'm sure it's nice to be able to play an instrument well in a band and produce something which sounds nice. But do you think that StarCraft 2 is more important because it teaches you how to think, and you have to know how to think? Otherwise, if you don't train yourself to think, then you're not thinking. You're just doing. So you're blindly accepting your fate, and you're doing mostly what you're told. I think people who play this game a lot think differently than people who don't play this game at all. So it creates a schism. I suppose I could talk about off-topic things a bit more if I want to, but I wanted to focus a lot on StarCraft 2, just seeing how I've been progressing and if I can get better. But I think the mountain to climb to get to Masters League is a bit more difficult, because not only do we need to get everything right, but it has to be understandable in such a way that you can execute it perfectly and understand all the different things that can happen and understand how to react better. So it's not just executing a build order, it's executing a build order and reacting properly. So it just becomes, the task becomes difficult. To get good, I think. Because both players are trying to win the game, and both players know a lot of things. And it's just the player who knows the game more who's more likely to win if they know what they're doing more and can account for different scenarios and understand their logic and can understand the reasoning, how to play, then they're more likely to win. anyone's really gonna sit down and listen to everything I've said throughout the whole video. Maybe somebody will. Maybe they're gonna skip through this. But in the title, I'm gonna put StarCraft 2 game and talk. So if they want to listen, they can. But they can just watch the game and then skip this if they want. Life is hard either way. All the tasks that have to be done throughout a day, they become hardships. And I'd like to think I can be happy, but it becomes increasingly hard to keep contentment. It's like the more practice you put into StarCraft 2, the more you consider, because the more you've seen the scenarios, so the more you can understand them. And then the more you kind of follow your logic to where it leads. I mean, maybe I don't want to drastically change my build order right now, because it would lead to a very different outcome. So I stick to something similar to what I'm doing now, but I just consider more. So I keep doing what I'm doing, even though other people don't do it. So I don't play like other people. Typically, my playstyle is a bit different. Gotta take a pill. I'll just click somewhere when I get back. I guess I don't know what else I can say though. I'm gonna grab some more tea and take a pill. So I'm moving. So I click somewhere so you can tell I'm back. So you can tell these players are not actually in Masters because of their MMR. My MMR is significantly higher than that. So they're actually probably in Platinum, but they were placed into Masters because of a glitch. And in the same way I was placed into Masters because of a glitch, I was probably originally placed into Platinum. But my true rank, I think, is this. I don't think this is a lie here. Oh my god, we are so tired though. Like, we don't want to sleep or rest because that hurts. But I also don't want to exert myself to play another game. It just gets more and more difficult to consider more and to just try to win. But like, it is a skill, right? So you can look to this, you can be like, hey, that's nice to see good players at this game, because it's not easy to be good. I don't think it's easy to play this game. And I think this is probably the best game ever created. Somehow, this game specifically is the most well designed. Considers many things: unit design, strategies, techniques, game mechanics, physics engine. It's quite good. I do think this is the best game ever created. StarCraft 2. I don't even think the original is as good as StarCraft 2. Now I'm considering buying the Twitch subscription so that I can watch Twitch. But that got really tiring to do. So what's the point? If it's tiring to play, it's also tiring to watch. Because when you're watching, you especially have to think like the player is thinking. You have to try to get into their mind to figure out what they're thinking. And sometimes I just play differently anyway. So I don't want to play exactly like they played for stylistic reasons. Like, I know getting Overlord speed before lair limits my tech options in the beginning of the game, but I can delay lair attack and defend myself sufficiently, I think, to get Overlord speed before lair, so that I can scout more effectively and respond. And I suppose I can think that I don't need lair attack right away to defend myself against an attack if I see it coming. It's like we're kind of in a mental difficulty because everything you do sort of leads to different madness. And would I rather spend my time playing this game a lot to get good? Or is it good for, in my mind, brought away at a job? A lot of jobs are like that where you can't really do anything to mentally exercise. You're not able to because you're always forced to do some physical activity or tasks, repetitive tasks. It becomes hard to be smart in that circumstance. Because at least if you can spend a lot of time practicing StarCraft 2, I think you can be a smart person. You have the chance to be a smart person who's able to reason. If you have just a monotonous job and you have to spend all of your time doing that, how can you have time to become smart and have the capacity of reason? And I don't mean the capacity of reason like a lot of people think, because they think they're smart, but they're not able to reason in this game. And I think that's what's important, to be able to reason in StarCraft 2. If they're not able to reason in StarCraft 2, then what good is the reasoning? To me, anyways, that's what I look for. Like, they can think they're very smart, but if you give them the task to play this game, they're not going to play very well. They're not going to know what they're doing. So how can you say their capacity for reason has been good? They may think that their capacity of reason is good for reasons that they've cultivated in their life to develop like they can think that they see patterns and that they see through them. But if you can't play this simple game, how can I trust your reasoning when you talk about anything? Just because you spend a lot of time focusing on a specific topic or subject and you think you can reason through them, you don't have the capacity of reason that a StarCraft 2 player has, because you haven't tested everything all the time against everything all the time. All of the possibilities matched up against each other, and the good ones over time. With a lot of practice, you start to have an intimate knowledge of reason, we will say. Although reason is probably not the good word, because people have misused it to mean something that isn't as good as a competitive StarCraft 2 player. People may say they're capable of reason, but they're not able to play StarCraft 2, so what good is their reasoning? Because they haven't tested it. There was no way to test their reasoning. This is the tool to test your reasoning, your critical thinking. So, in a way, reason is a bad word because I don't mean reason in the way that it's typically implied. There must be another word that I can use to differentiate between a StarCraft 2 reasoning person and somebody who thinks they're reasoning but is unable to produce results in this game. Which is unfortunate because I think their reasoning is inferior to someone who is good at this game. I'm still here. I just need to think about what I want to say. Maybe, in a way, I'm getting tired of just watching this screen doing nothing. But I'm too tired to play a game and don't feel like sleeping or resting. So I'm not tired enough for that. And it's just a weird place to be where maybe just physical exhaustion. But I think a lot of pain stems from the inability to either produce or rest. So you're in a state of unable and you're not sure what to do. So I guess I just chose to talk because that's all I could really do right now. I mean, or I can get a Twitch subscription, but I don't feel like it because watching games is tiring too. What else do I want to talk about? Well, I'm trying to keep it StarCraft 2 related. I think this game is very important to know, and it's sad that not too many people know it, because then their thinking would be a lot better if they did know how to play this game. I think that my thinking has improved a lot since practicing this game a lot, as my critical thinking has improved in this game. And I'm trying to find the right word, because critical thinking has been used by people who cannot prove their critical thinking by playing this game because they're bad at it. So they think they're smart by trying to prove that they're critical thinkers because they call themselves rationalists or critical thinkers, but they're not able to prove it in this game. So I don't consider them critical thinkers. So I want to find a different word for a competent StarCraft 2 player who is intelligent, actually. But what it is more like being divine versus being a peasant. I find if you're good at StarCraft 2, then you're a god amongst the people. So your critical thinking, suppose, is probably far better because you practice a lot, and you're the only one who does in a lot of circumstances. So out of all the people you know in your activities, sometimes it's a bit sad because if you're the only one who practices this game out of the entire group in a certain activity, then I would say that your thinking is far better in this way because it considers the best possible option and all the options that the opponents have and knows how to play through a game. So that is a way of thinking. I do think people may say that intelligences are similar in different games, or critical reasoning can be specified to a certain subject. But if you don't have like the StarCraft 2 critical thinking, or the thinking necessary for this game, then to me, that isn't enough. I just really wonder who would listen to this, but I'm probably going to listen to it again and just listen to myself, see what I'm saying. But I mean, I think being good at this game is not something you should or you have to brag about publicly, but I do think it's something you have to hold inside of yourself to know that you're good at this game. And so, because you've tested it and you kept going when adversity got strong, and you kept thinking about it, thinking about every action, every reaction. So you've gotten good at this divine way of thinking, we will say. Even though anybody can learn it, it isn't something that everybody knows, because it makes you free in a way, because your thinking is in a way better, but you won't say it necessarily because you don't have to. You can just think better and see through the problems a bit better, see through mistakes, see through actions and reactions, so you can see that you would be better in this way, even though nothing is really perfect, and maybe nobody has every answer to everything, but you can kind of see that your decision making is improved, just as you have improved in this game. It is a mountain to climb to see the other side, and once you see a little bit past the mountain, you can change the way you're thinking a little bit and understand that you've done the best you could in every circumstance. And what else can you do? And if you have to change it up, then you'll do it based off of the same reasoning that we've had. And if you have to adjust, if you've done things that are wrong, then you will, through your practice, because your mind is practicing, and so it continues. We're going to talk a little bit about why I decided to take these two Kung Fu classes in the first place. They're offered through a Facebook ad if you were interested in joining, to place your email and phone number, and so I did, even though you shouldn't put your email and phone number into a lot of ads, but I did anyway, because they were offering a free trial. So I took the free trial and I enjoyed it, so I kept doing it. And in a way, Kung Fu is a mountain of its own. I mean, it's like learning an instrument is a mountain of its own. It may be worth pursuing. Like math is a mountain of its own. Physics. So once you see the other side, you can certainly think better in that particular way. But I do think StarCraft 2 is special in this sense, is that it is the best game to test what true critical thinking is, because it continues to test, and you keep going, you keep finding out new things, and then you keep testing it, and then you keep finding out new things again, and you never really get to the one answer, because there are different perspectives and there are different approaches to the game, and there are different things, different options you have, and then it becomes a mental game of getting your opponent to think differently, or to getting your opponent to think to make a mistake. So it's showing your opponent something that isn't true, or masking your strategy so your opponent doesn't know, changing it up depending on the game, even random strategies per game so that nobody can predict your strategies by looking through your match histories. So different, there are different games that are being played as well. But I do think that this game is unlike any other game in what it teaches over time. Like I said, I think this game is even better than the original StarCraft. I think this game is more well designed. I think it's just better thought through. The unit designs, strategies. It is better to look at. Physics engine is improved. And all of the thinking required in the game so that you can play well is still there. It is a mountain to climb, and I wonder if different skills are interchangeable. If you get really good at one thing, can you be really good at another thing? Maybe it is like learning one thing and then missing out on other things. Had I learned other things and became more consistent at them. I think all of this comparison is a bit sad in a way, because people think they gain their lives by having a job, we'll say. But, you know, if you're forced to do monotonous, repetitive tasks and the boss doesn't understand that you need time to think, and, you know, sometimes it's just hard to keep a job, because, you know, it's just hard on your mentality, and it could be that you aren't learning very much if you have to work 8 hours a day doing the same thing. You don't have the tools to learn things better. But if you were to play StarCraft 2 all day, all the time, you do have the tools to think clearly. So I did think also, if you get better at StarCraft 2, maybe your skills in the workplace aren't going to improve, because you kind of fuck yourself, because you have to continue to think the same way you were thinking for the games. And so when you're at work, you can't really do the tasks as effectively as someone who doesn't have the skills of StarCraft 2, because you'll find that the tasks become very repetitive and they don't stimulate your mind, so you end up doing them worse. That is a possibility. Or it could be that the skills are interchangeable. If you get really good at one thing, you can get good at another thing. That is still possible. But a part of me secretly thinks that it is better to spend more time playing StarCraft 2 than it is to do anything else. Because doing anything else doesn't have the same tools that this game does to help you think, to help you see clearly. And my God, we've learned a lot, I suppose, through time. else do I want to say about this game? Imagine that you have a computer well designed just to play this game because every other game isn't as good. And I have played FPS as well, but I find that person shooter games probably get pretty repetitive. It isn't the same type of game that's StarCraft 2 is. I'm sure you can get really good at FPS and be smart in a way to get good, but I think that this real-time strategy game really tests critical thinking in a way that other games do not. Yeah, so I don't think I can play another game right now. But here's the point I want to make. Maybe I feel like I don't want to play another game, but someone who is more determined to win than I am would play more games. So, different person, different mentality. So he's going to be physically exhausted, but he's going to keep playing just so that it can get better. And he's going to keep pushing it so that his thinking is better. You can say it's like riding a bike. You get good from practice, but I will say still this game is different than riding a bike because riding a bike has the same action, and you repeat that action to get the same result. In this game, you can't really repeat the same action because you have to react to your opponent. So it's not only about acting properly, like having a good build order, but knowing every nuance so that you can know how to react through every circumstance. And this game is a good teacher for that. Just keep playing. And this is a reason I think I'm kind of tired of watching people play, and I think I'm more interested in actually playing myself more. Even though watching people play, you might learn a lot of things, like learning their build order, learning the way they think. But once you've developed your own build order and you can see where you've deviated from the norm, like I have, I don't do what the pros do, and you think through your own logic, your own way of seeing it, then it might become a little bit more of a headache to watch people play than it is to play yourself and to understand the game yourself and to understand the nuance through repeated action and analysis of your replays, your own replays. So you can see every decision, every thought clearly, and you can kind of resolve it yourself. Because if you're gonna do exactly as a pro does, you're gonna follow exactly the build order. You won't know the nuance, and you won't know how to react and counter depending on circumstance. You kind of have to figure that out on your own. You have to figure out this game on your own. And I think this game is massive in that sense. There are a lot of things you can do. A lot of things you can do differently. And there are a lot of answers that aren't necessarily wrong. And it depends on what your goals are in the game. My specific build order, getting Overlord speed before lair, and I know I didn't do that last game, but last game's an exception because I wanted to get fast mutas because of the tank that I saw on this one base. But otherwise I would get Overlord speed before lair. A lot of pros get lair before Overlord speed. But I decided that in my current insight into the game, the current way that I see it, I prefer to get Overlord speed before lair with the gas that I have after metabolic boost Zergling speed. Because I can more easily see my opponent's tech buildings with Overlord speed rather than without it. Because without it, it's more likely that my Overlord will die before I can see the tech buildings. So it is a stylistic decision. And because I do that, then I don't have the tier 2 options available to me for a longer period of time. So I have to learn to defend against aggression without tier 2. So mostly with Zerglings, Queens, Spores, Spine Crawlers, or Banelings if I need them. Or getting Roaches if I need them more quickly. But otherwise, I wait until lair before I get Hydra Den and Roach Horn, or just Hydra Den, or getting Bane Nest before lair and Hydra Den after lair, or getting Bane Nest before lair and Spire after lair, depending on my opponent's strategy. But ultimately, I don't really have a solution to exhaustion. Like this state where you can't rest, but you can't really play. And some would push past this to play more. This feeling of just exhausted from the game. Because I spent the morning, studying my games that I played yesterday. So I went through the whole video. It was 6 hours 10 minutes with breaks long. Well, all the games that I played yesterday, and I think that tired me out for today. I only played one game today, but I think that one game too was a bit tiring. The thinking, because I had to change a lot of things from what I normally do, because the player did a build that can either easily win or lose in the beginning. Depending on how I would react, but I did end up winning that game, so that was nice. Because I'm sure he wins a lot of games doing that. Maybe I just hate this state of mind that I'm in right now. I'm not tired enough to rest. I feel like I have to do something, but I've already exhausted myself of this game because of all the things that I had to look through and think differently and try to do better next time. I think I've improved over time too. I'm gonna get some more tea, and I'll just click something when I come back. And I might try to figure out what to do. I have to go to the bathroom too. Try to figure out what to say. Okay, so I clicked something, so now you know I'm back from going to the bathroom and getting some more tea. Like, I'm just trying to talk for as long as possible because I don't want to sleep or rest. I just want to feel good with myself. And I think a better player would play more games even feeling this exhaustion, because they would push the muscle more of this game, like all the demands that this game has. They would push that muscle even past this limit, maybe because you can push it past this limit. But I think I am not that type of player, and I have a limit. And you can say that I'm lazy or something, but it is genuinely tiring. So I do think the better player here, if they were able to push past this limit, it's because they have more grit than I do, or more strength than I do, we will say. What else do I want to say about this game? Maybe there's some hard truths that we have to wrestle. Like, we would like things to be a certain way, but they're actually the way that they have been. They can only be a certain order of things. They have to go a certain way, because if they hadn't gone that way, then there would be a more chaotic or more lost-like outcome. So we kind of learned that playing StarCraft, that you kind of want to guide things in a direction that has the greatest outcome. And you're going to have some fight from the opponent, but you're going to outthink your opponent, and you're going to react properly, and you're going to stick with your build, and you're going to stick with your counters and your reactions, and you're going to be strong because you're going to win the game. And that's how interactions, life in general, socializing kind of comes down to. So even if people are annoyed by you, or you try to make a point and not really understood, at least you stuck with it and you understood the nuance and you kept with it, and you answered also the resistance to it, to that idea, and you stuck with your gut. So one day, maybe whatever you tried to say will be understood, and it will just lead to similar thinking and outcome, because it would have been resolved by then. So rather than a fight, it would be more like your opponent learned from what I know and became more agreeable with my decision making. So maybe the opponent would start to mimic my way of thinking a bit better from having observed it, if it was very good. And that's how it is in life. So you can say something and it would be disagreeable. Let's say that's your opponent. Then your opponent will fight back with what they think is good, but you already know that and you know how to counter it through repetition and through critical thinking, the same skills that StarCraft 2 gives you. So you end up winning the game. I was told by someone at my Kung Fu that I'm famous. So that's interesting. I wonder if people are actually watching these videos and enjoying it. I hope they do. I've enjoyed playing as well, and I enjoy watching my own games. I enjoy watching other people play as well, but I think I'm going to focus more on playing and just determining things from my own experience. Build up that muscle, like grit. Eventually it'll become so strong, I'm hoping, that it can manifest anywhere, the same skill set, and that it can solve more problems and create. So, I think one of the things this game taught me is that I can trust my own judgment to win the game. So, I think that's an important lesson because sometimes your own judgment doesn't agree with the most accepted idea. But your own judgment can win you a lot of games because you've seen through it many times. You've seen through actions and reactions. You've seen through the different approaches. So, what you do, what you say, become better in the same way that you've built up this muscle for StarCraft 2. So I sort of see that skill develops from StarCraft 2. The skill to correctly see and to correctly act, correctly say, correctly do, correctly perform. Like, there's this idea that if you play this game too much, you become a nerd, or there's other problems associated with playing this game too much. Like, maybe a physical handicap, it'll keep you constrained doing the same actions. But I think the benefit outweighs the cost. So, if you play this game a lot, you're building a muscle that trains you to think and to see clearly. So that is a lot more beneficial than the cost of a supposed physical handicap because you're doing a lot of the same motions. But despite that, you're still working muscle. You're working muscle memory as well just by playing. You still have to use your muscles to play the game. So it's still a workout. But it might be working maybe endurance more than strength. This is another thing because you can think deeply about everything, about every skill you could possibly have, and what should you spend your time learning. And I've just come to the conclusion that this is the best thing that I can do with my time, this game. And it's the only answer I come to. So it's not becoming a painter, it's not becoming a musician, it's not becoming a mathematician, a physicist, a chemist. It's playing this game. Because I think what you learn from this game is far more important than anything you would learn anywhere else. As a musician, you can learn some basic chords, play some songs, be happy with your accomplishment, and then even play better through practice, know it better through practice. But it doesn't teach the skills that you would get from StarCraft 2. It isn't the same. So I think that StarCraft 2 is far more important. So a musician may be unable to play StarCraft 2, and to me that's very sad, because this game is so important to me. Otherwise, I would think like everyone else, and I wouldn't want that for myself. Let's see, how else has this game helped me in life? Well, this game, because of the skills that you learn, you kind of replicate it in the other things that you do. All the skills that you've learned from this game, they become replicated in everything else. So you start to notice that you're going to act differently than a lot of people because of the skills that you've learned from this game. So that makes you maybe stand out like a sore thumb. So you have to watch your actions, watch your behaviors, because they're going to be mimicked, and people are going to follow what you're doing because you seem to know something. So people are becoming curious. That's what I find about this game, is that you learn this game, so your actions become better. You become more able to see through scenarios, situations. You become better able to think them through and to understand their outcome. And the more you practice StarCraft 2 to get good, the more good you get in all the other scenarios in the same way. Because what you've learned in StarCraft 2, you can apply in many different scenarios, social circumstances, other games, just everyday tasks, or even communication. Understanding people, telling them things instead of just talking nothing. So it's like, because you have the skill from this game, you're able to say profound things, or what seem profound. They will seem profound because you've already accounted for what people might think as you're saying it. I think that's important to know. The game teaches you how to be smart. So I think this game teaches how to be smart in ways that other skills don't teach. So I would think my behavior would be different as a StarCraft 2 player than, let's say, I was a musician. I think being a StarCraft 2 player is more important for those skills. Like, I was thinking, is life perfect if you're just playing StarCraft 2 all day? But that gets tiresome too, and I don't know how I can tolerate that necessarily. I think I still need to be physically active, so I like to do certain sports, and I've joined kung fu classes so that I can maintain posture and go through drills seamlessly, so that I can learn that art. I think that is nice to know, but I think a lot of things are nice to know. I mean, I'm sure being a musician, mathematician, physicist, chemist, engineer, all these things are probably important. And I still think StarCraft 2 trumps everything in importance. So that is why I have, a strong disagreement with other people who don't have StarCraft 2 as their main source of importance. Is this game is the most important thing. If they don't have this game as the most important thing in their life, then of course I will strongly disagree with them. And my behavior will be different. But I think my way of thinking and doing is preferred because that's what I've practiced. So that's all I know. This is what I practice. I'm just gonna try to keep talking, and I'm gonna grab more tea. So I'll just click something when I come back, like I always do. And I'll keep trying to say something, and I know it might sound boring and uninteresting. Maybe I'm repeating myself a few times, but I think it's very important to see how this game teaches you things that other people don't know. And that's why you behave differently, because you play this game. So you're going to act differently, necessarily. So, in a sense, I judge musicians who don't play this game. Let's say every single musician who's never played StarCraft 2. I will judge them for not playing this game because I know that my thinking and behavior are different. And I think that my way of thinking and doing is preferred because I'm better at this game. That's how I feel about this game. So I'll be back. I'm just gonna grab some tea. I'm gonna click something when I come back. Okay, so I clicked. So now you can tell that I'm back. Yes. Maybe I just hate sleeping. I hate resting, too. Maybe. There's that state where you're too exhausted to do anything, but you can't sleep or rest. Maybe this game has tired me out in a way that a lot of things do not. I mean, I do get tired from all the things, but I think this game can really tire me out physically. Well, in a way, like even that one game I played, because I played it differently, like I did a lot of things differently that I wouldn't normally do considering the circumstance. So it made me have to search for answers as I'm playing. So that becomes tiring. And so I would think a better player than me, even getting that level of fatigue from having played the game, would continue because their muscle, their tolerance of the game is stronger than mine. So that's one way that I can see that they're better than me. But of course, I can be good. And I think I've proven that I'm better than a lot of players. We've had a group of players that were quite good, and I was playing with them. And there were a few players who used to beat me, and now I beat them more consistently. So I think I have improved. So some people do strategies that are somewhat, you would think, easy to, we'll say easy to execute, and they win a lot of games doing that. So like the example of the game that I had just played, building bunkers at my natural and building proxy barracks off of one base and attacking. And so they win a lot of games doing that, we'll say. So they get to a certain point in the ladder, like that player got to Diamond 3, close to my skill level. I'm not sure if he was better or worse, I don't remember. I don't think I really checked his MMR or his rank. Maybe let's say we were about the same skill level. So he got up to a certain point doing that. So the fact that I was able to beat him, despite the fact that it's easy to execute and it would get him up to a certain point, it brings a sense of accomplishment for me, because it shows that it's not always the easiest strategy that wins, or like the easiest executable strategy that wins. Sometimes with a little bit of intelligence you can beat that. You can react properly as you have information in the early game, and you can stop it. So it's nice to know that. the game kind of evolves. And it's sort of like, if a strategy was so good that you could do it and get a certain point, then of course you should keep doing it and get up to a certain point. But if you only get up to a certain point, then it's not good enough to get higher than that certain point, and people are still able to beat it. So can you really say it's that good on its own? And what then tends to win is the more adaptive strategy that's able to react differently depending on circumstance, and a counter strategy is preferred in that case, so somebody can still beat it. If somebody can still beat it, then their way of thinking about the game was better than the player that tried to create a easily executable strategy to win. Just means that the understanding was a bit better. But if a strategy was totally broken, that you would just repeat it and become the best player, then of course you should repeat that strategy. But the game doesn't really work like that, because let's say you do have a strategy that is supposedly that good, you'd still have to react and change the way you play depending on your opponent's reaction. So it's not that simple. You can base your strategy around an easily executable build and change it up depending on your opponent's reactions, but it doesn't seem like you can win every game by doing the same thing over and over again. It will only get you up to a certain point, because you have to think about something else throughout the game to win it. So there's not a single strategy that you can blindly follow and get you really high, because you still have to think about what you're doing, and you still have to react, and opponents become wise to the sort of easily executable strategies. And sometimes it's just as simple as the opponent sending a scout early so that they can see that that build is being done, so to stop it. I might just listen to this whole thing. Probably I would, if I'm just feeling like I just want to listen to the whole thing and judge it. But there's probably going to be a lot of repetition, a lot of bullshit, even like using this game as an excuse for why I'm not good in other areas. I'm not trying to use it as an excuse for why I'm not good in other areas. But I mean, I have studied other things, so I do know some things. So it's not like I'm uneducated. Don't know everything. Some people might suggest that there is an overlap between different skill sets, and you'll see the same type of reasoning being developed regardless of activity, because people have the intelligence to find it. But I disagree. I think if you don't play StarCraft 2, then there's something missing in your brain. I mean, people may say that for any skill set that they've developed, that if you haven't developed it, then there's something missing from your perspective. But I think that is especially true with this game. Usually I kind of see that there may be something missing with your perspective. And I'm sorry. I think still it is like wanting to be the best at something. And so because you have that drive to be the best, it pushes your thinking in a direction that is agreeable to the way of thinking that is associated with being the best at the skill. So you're not able to think otherwise because you now, because of the skill that you have, you see clearly that this is the correct action, or this is the correct decision, this is the correct thing to say or do based off of your understanding of the game. So in a sense, I have to say the skills of StarCraft 2 definitely are important to know just for everything else. Maybe I'm just repeating myself, but ultimately I have to spend the time, so I'm just talking because I can't really do much else right now. So I was thinking, because physical exertion I think is important. I have to feel good for doing sports, physical exercise. I suppose that's a bit different than gaming. But what can I do that's intellectually stimulating but isn't gaming? I mean, I guess there's some things you can do, like keep yourself updated on certain books, being educated in ways of thinking. But books to me have become boring and intolerable. I cannot read the words from the page out of the exhaustion that I have. physical exercise though. Anything that will stretch your muscles a little bit, test your strength, endurance. I enjoy, but to me, those are not the same thing as StarCraft 2. StarCraft 2 is the tool that it was intelligently designed to increase what is like critical thinking, certain strategies, tactics, guidelines of winning. And actually testing them to see the result. So knowing the result, knowing the outcome from your decision making, I think that's important. And you know, if you look through my videos and you watch my games, you'll see a lot of mistakes. You'll see how much of an idiot I am at this game still. I mean, compared to the pros. But I think I've learned enough things that I have a good grounding. Even before I've had a somewhat good grounding, but I just think I have a better grounding now, and it's continued to improve. Back in Heart of the Swarm, I would win. I would just do 6 pool every game, and I would get to high diamond doing that. I'm not sure if the ladder has changed or what high diamond even means anymore. Maybe I am high diamond now for being rank 5, but I'm diamond 3, so there's still diamond 2 and diamond 1. Maybe they've changed. Oh yeah, maybe the ladder has changed since then, because now there's divisions of the leagues, and before there was just diamond, I think. So I was high diamond doing 6 pool, but like I said, I think that strategy can only get you so far before you start losing to better players. And you might think maybe the game's a bit broken for that to have worked for so long, like the other easily executable strategies. But I still think, even despite that, the game kind of evolves around that fact, and people find ways of countering it or reacting better, so they get better at the ladder anyway. Even if it is a very strong build. Like, if it was so strong, then everybody should be doing it, right? But not everybody's doing it. People are playing differently. I mean, back then, even though I would say back then it was still a build that could win you a lot of games, it could only get you so far on its own. It's like, of course, you want to have the way to win. You want the perfect build order that will win you every game. But you find it's a bit more challenging than that. The problem becomes more complicated, and there's more problems that develop in your thinking. Like you want that one build order to win you all the games. But in order for that one build order to win you all the games, you have to account for all the counters and all the possible reactions. So sometimes certain builds can only get you so far in the ladder before everyone in like Masters League, we'll say, knows how to beat it just through observation from their better build order, from their better reaction, from their better counters. You know, so it, and the ways of playing change depending on what works best in more circumstances, because you have more experience with the game, so you can have a better build order, something more consistent, something which you know the problems that will develop in the game from their certain timings, so you kind of have a build order that accounts for those problems, and you know how to react depending on your build order and the reactions of your opponents, so you know how to beat it, you know how to counter. Sometimes I think I've been lazy in that way of thinking. Like, I can see after the replay of something that I've lost that a different way of playing might have won me the game. So I'm just trying to be more aware of that as well. But like I said, I don't think I'm a perfect player. Of course, I think I'm very far from good. But I've demonstrated that I can beat a lot of players still. A lot of this soul searching that we do, like, what is the most consistent way of speaking, for example? What is good? What can be easily understood, or better to say? That's a skill in itself, and I think StarCraft 2 trains you to see that as well. So what can be more easily understood, what can be relayed, and what's the point? What's the message? Depending on your understanding of counters and game logic, you can determine what to say and how to deliver it, and in a sense win the game. There is a skill that is developed there. Sometimes, it's better not to say anything. Maybe I'm just repeating myself again. maybe the problem we've run into is that because we're playing StarCraft 2 a lot, and we're watching and thinking about the game, so it doesn't really give us the perspective that if we were focusing on something else, we would be able to talk about something else. So maybe we feel we have to stay silent a lot of the time because we don't have a developed opinion on those things. But at the same time, I kind of see the training that we've had through this game teaches us a skill to act properly, to know how. And I think, from my perspective, this is something that is missing in a lot of people. That idea that there is a way of relaying things. There's a better way, always. And I'm not saying that I'm perfect in the same way that I'm not perfect in this game. I lose a lot, and I lose to my mistakes. So these mistakes, they cost me the game. It's very important not to make mistakes. So in the same way, I will most likely make mistakes when I'm doing other things. That would, mistakes that cost you the game in the same way. And no, I don't actually think there's a better game than this. And, if they create a StarCraft 3 one day, maybe their considerations for that game would be greater. But maybe they haven't thought of creating a StarCraft 3 because they wouldn't know how to make something better than StarCraft 2. Because they've already thought through everything for StarCraft 2. And Warcraft 4, if it's based off of the same principles of hero development and NPC units that you have to kill to gain experience points, that's already a mechanic that I think is bad. So I think Warcraft 3 is a worse game for that. Even though I originally thought that was a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun to play because it has RPG and RTS elements. So in a way, if you like playing League of Legends, we'll say, you can understand that because you have to deal with NPC units a lot that are computer controlled. The problem I find with computer controlled units is that they act in a predictable way, and to me that's not fun. In StarCraft 2 you're playing against an opponent, so the units that your StarCraft 2 opponent can play will be controlled by your opponent, not by the computer for the NPC units. So of course I prefer StarCraft 2 for that. like I think I can play more in the morning when I have energy. Well, we'll say I did review all the games, so and analyze them. So that takes some work. That takes some effort. Maybe that's why we're a bit exhausted again. How do you think that somebody with more willpower than me could push it? But I don't want to push it. Maybe because I have to do. I'm gonna be doing pickleball tomorrow morning. So maybe I just feel like if I push myself too much, if I exert myself, then I'm gonna be tired tomorrow. I'm just trying to think, what do I want to talk about? Well, maybe the end of games. If the end of knowledge is reached, so the higher end of knowledge of the game, then is the game finished? Is it resolved? I would say no, somehow it isn't resolved because it's still a fight. Even if both players seem to know everything, one player has to win. So one player will do something slightly better. In that case, they will deceive their opponent maybe in a mental game. There's still that, and might come out ahead. I think this game got serious. Like, because every time I play, I think it's hard. It's hard to play at my level. And it would only be harder to play at higher levels. Another thing that I thought was important to learn was fighting. I think it's important to fight, but somehow it's like whatever other skill that I think is worth developing, I don't see it as much important as StarCraft 2 is. But I do see them as important. Don't get me wrong. So I would like to learn to fight. I think I've been learning because I've been taking classes. So I think that I've gotten better, that my skill has changed. So it's starting to develop. So I like to see that. So let's see, is chess better than StarCraft 2? I don't think so. I think chess is not as good as StarCraft 2. StarCraft 2 has more allowance for different actions, I think. Chess, I find, is probably more predictable than StarCraft 2. Well, let's put it this way. Chess may be an important skill to develop for some people. Being able to follow openers and knowing how to respond to different tactics of your opponent can be important. But I think in a way the game may be limiting in ways that StarCraft 2 is not. StarCraft 2 depends also on our muscular endurance and timing, our reaction time, our ability to change in time depending on our opponent and having to move quickly. There are different things that are trained in StarCraft 2 that chess doesn't train as much. Well, I mean, you could still have time chess and there'd still be decision making. Maybe you can say the games are similar in that respect, but I still think StarCraft 2 is different, and I still think StarCraft 2 is better. Nobody can really convince me that anything is better than StarCraft 2 right now. All the games have been deeply thought through, including this one. Well, I still think what makes this game better is just the ability to win based on like other aspects. If the strategies are the same, if the tactics are the same, just other abilities that you also need, like your muscular endurance and your ability to react quickly. That can decide the game if the strategies are the same, the counters are the same, if all of the things are the same. So like I said, what I prefer about StarCraft 2 to Warcraft 3 is the ability to face your opponent and have the opponent unit control over their units and not have to face NPC players, computer opponents with their AI directed behaviors, which I think is just bad now. Bad for a game. Even though you might think, that's a lot of fun to play, I think it's a lot of stupid. Because your interactions with the NPC characters, the creep or the mobs, depending on the game, they're predictable and they're going to be the same. So if you have a human opponent, the human is able to react differently, and you have a game in the reactions. So I do think it is important to learn other skills, obviously. And all I'm saying is I think StarCraft 2 is the most important skill of all the other skills. But I don't dismiss the importance of other skills. I suppose if I get tired of playing StarCraft 2 for a while, I like to focus on some other things, get better at those things. It's like maybe there's a lot missing in my mind too. I have thought it, but maybe it's too late to learn those things because they seem too boring for me right now. Like, for instance, calculus. I really don't want to open up a textbook, go through problems, and go through them again. I don't see the point right now. I would much prefer playing StarCraft 2. It's like reading, I don't feel like doing it. No matter how important you think the text is, even it's really good, or it's very educational, it just seems like boring categorizations and such. So difficult to struggle to keep paying attention to it until you learn something. It seems very difficult for me right now to do that. Just exhausting. Well, maybe everything is exhausting. StarCraft 2 is also exhausting, but it's fun and important. At least it's still fun for me right now. So that's important. It hasn't gotten to a point where this game is so tiring that I can't play, like reading. I think reading is so tiring that I can't even read anymore. Actually, I still use ChatGPT, honestly. That's okay, because it gets straight to the point and it reasons with you. But reading a book, well, maybe because ChatGPT reacts to your input, and so the responses depend on your input. And you can put in something whenever you want and phrase it however you want and get a response based on that input. So it's less tiring than reading a book, which doesn't interact with you. So it's just continuing to preach, I guess, what it's purported to, or educate. So that is just so tiring to go through a book. Like, if I can imagine reading, how I've lost the ability to do it, reading a book, like a long book with a lot of pages. I don't know how I would be able to sit down and do that. Having to work through what the author is thinking while they're writing and having to understand their perspective. That is very tiring. At least with StarCraft 2, you kind of have an idea of what you're doing, build order, and you have an idea of what you're doing to counter. So there's a game being played that is entertaining because the player reacts. With reading a book, there's no interaction with the book, and it doesn't change depending on your input. So to me, that's why it gets really boring. And intolerable. way stupid to focus all of your attention on StarCraft 2. Because, of course, it develops the skill that I think is important, but there could be other skills that are also important to develop. So, like, we might become narrow-minded in the way we see things. Oh, I'd like to think that I'm a bit happier now than I was before. There was a time when I thought life was hell. But, you know, sometimes I feel happy about things. Just developing things. Nothing really solves that feeling that we have that is dreadful. Sometimes we feel it. It's like a depression or anxiety or exhaustion or somewhere in between. Like I said, unable to sleep, unable to rest, unable to perform anything, to do anything. So you're in between those states and you don't know what to do. And you might feel like nothing really gets resolved. But, you know, just talking here, spending my time, just saying things, that's okay. But I don't know if I would really play to listen to this whole thing. I mean, maybe I'll listen to the whole thing, and you could if you want. But I might have been repeating myself and saying a lot of the same things and not really saying anything interesting. I just want to show you the perspective of things becoming intolerable because of StarCraft 2. So, not in spite of StarCraft 2, but because of StarCraft 2, I find that, for instance, reading has become dreadful. The feeling. Because we're so used to interaction, reaction. I don't think I'm the only one who feels that some other things become harder to do because this becomes addicting. Maybe by spending a lot of time on this game, even though I think it is the most important thing, I am losing other things by not focusing on those things. let's see. What else do I want to say? Doesn't seem like repeating myself. Well, maybe I've gotten tired of like drinking tea a lot at night, even though it's okay, we will say. I did like to go out and drink, but only because it changes my state of mind, not because it's good. And I kind of am tired, or I don't really enjoy watching sports that much. Because I think the joy of StarCraft 2 outweighs the joy of sporting events, or watching them at least. But doing them, performing sports, I think is good for your body. But it can be boring for other reasons, because if you're doing physical exercise, then you have to be focused on doing those physical exercises. And a lot of it is repetition and memorization. So it can be boring in ways that StarCraft 2 is interesting. And that is the other problem. But it's okay, I suppose. These are still skills that you can develop. And everything is a skill you can develop. Just because I'm saying it's intolerable for me to read a book right now doesn't mean you shouldn't read a book. You can if you want to, obviously, and it might be a good skill to have. But for the reason outlined that I've stated, it is very difficult for me to sit down and read a book because there is no interaction. So the message of the book is going to remain the same, that notwithstanding my mentality or my mental state and my action. So in a sense, that could be boring compared to StarCraft 2, which is a game. And somebody has said that when I used to play Warcraft 3, they said that was boring, but I guess that's only from their perspective, because I don't really understand that perspective. Because I see real-time strategy games as interesting, as engaging, as interactive. So they're not boring, to me anyway. But I don't understand the perspective that says that they are boring, because to me these are the least boring activities. Especially StarCraft 2. I mean, if I could have imagined as a child that I would have a computer capable of playing this game and that this game would exist, I would be thrilled for this. This would be so amazing, because I used to play, NES and Warcraft 2 on a Macintosh. So of course, I think things have improved actually since then. The ability to have a ladder system and play against opponents in a well-designed game like StarCraft 2 is, because I used to play single-player campaign Warcraft 2, I had a lot of enjoyment from that as a child. And if I would have imagined this game as a child, this game would be far overwhelming to me, like in a positive way. Alright, I'm gonna get some tea again, come back, say some more things. Hopefully I find something to say. So we changed the screen to make it look. Well, that's okay. We only played one game, but holy fuck, that was tiring. Let's watch that replay again. Maybe it's just come to a point. We only had the energy to play one game because we've watched so many games and we analyzed them. We're just gonna watch through this again and we're gonna analyze it again. The only thing I would change, for sure, if I notice that our Terran opponent is on one base, I could send a Zergling. Just scout around the bases, see if they have an expansion somewhere. That's the only thing I would change. But I mean, we won despite that because we macroed well. We didn't have any drones in our main though. But I guess we moved them because they were battle cruisers. Let's see. Yeah. Battle. Let's see what happens. Died. Scores. And then I guess we had enough saturation. Hold on. I think when I built drones I sent them here. I think this is a bit of a mistake because I had spores in my main. So I built the drones, but I had spores in my main. So the spores would have been better because for the drones, because if the battle cruisers come again. If battle cruisers go here, they can kill a lot of drones. Stupid. But we already had him contained and he wasn't doing anything. I think he can teleport, can tactical jump over here, kill these drones for sure. would just suck. But I could run back, kill those battle cruisers anyway. I still would win the game. But he doesn't know that. He hasn't scouted that I have defenseless drones in this expansion, and I would win the game anyways, I think. Alright, so I was actually happy to watch this replay again, because I did notice a few more things that I didn't notice before. I thought this game was pretty good. I already did watch the replay before, but I'm going to watch it again, because we did get 4 gas after overlord speed, and I think we had too much gas at some point in the game, so I could have spent that gas on Infestation Pit, Lurker Den, Spire, Hive tag early. Probably would have been better. I think I stayed on tier 2 for a bit too. Could have gone tier 3 earlier, I think. Let's see. Too much gas. We just have Hydrogen, Roachborn. Let's see, tier 2. No, okay, we finally got Lurker Den Infestation Pit. We could have gotten that earlier. Let's see. I think after the Hydrogen finishes, we can instantly build this gas. See, Infestation Pit, Lurker Den. Once the Infestation Pit finishes, we get Hive. We get some Vipers. How about that? And some Infestors. We can mix in some Infestors and Vipers into our armor composition. That would definitely not hurt. Probably be better. To get Hive. We should get Hive earlier. That's my mistake. Just I can afford, because of the gas that I'm getting, I can afford to get Hive earlier, get some Vipers and some Infestors. If I'm gonna go for gas, I might as well spend it. I don't want to have all this gas. I, you know, if anything, I could have more Ravagers too, but I'm maxed out. Well, now there's nothing much you can really do about it because you're maxed out. So you're gonna have resources anyways. But I think it would have helped us before had we gotten Hive faster, Vipers and Infestors mixed. And we kind of see how it's hard for opponents to beat us from their perspective. Because they've tried to do everything too, like us. And I think we've made a few things. We would make a few adjustments to this game, so we're not perfect. Another thing is definitely creep spread could be better. We never got Hive, so I'm a bit disappointed because we had the resources for Hive a long time ago. So, a bit sad because this was like one of the better games that we've played, and we're noticing so many mistakes. Oh, this game wasn't a game, and we lost all these other games. Let's see, we already looked through them. What was this one? Alright, I'm a bit tired. Is there another replay I want to watch again? This one, I think, I don't remember. Maybe we just forgot spores. I think we forgot to build spores for Banshees. That's a bit boring to watch. Because doing something like that, which is stupid, can cost you the game. Forgetting to build spores can cost you the game. So I think that cost us the game. Especially since I'm not getting that many queens with my build order. I mean, some would get more queens for sure. But I'm going gas heavy, so not mineral heavy. And that's just my build. So I just adjust based off of the gas heavy build that I do. Or at least I'm supposed to. I'm sorry about that game that you saw where I had all the gas accumulated when I could have had Hive, Vipers, Infestors. But I think it was well played otherwise. But can you really say it was well played if it wasn't played the best? Now that you know better. That's what I'm always looking for too. And it's like that, the game. Like, you might think you're smart, but then you forget something or you omit something, you don't observe something. And like, sure, next time you can fix it, and you might reinforce that connection to fix that problem specifically because you see it more and more. But sometimes it just looks ugly because you know it could be better. And like, what's your excuse for making a mistake? But you know, everybody makes mistakes, right? I mean, a lot of people at my level make mistakes, like me. So that's another thing to notice. And I feel like my game has improved significantly since starting to record them. So the earlier games that I've recorded, I think my build order was bad, and that's a big bad because it was just vulnerable to Reaper harass and Adept harass. So those things can cost you the game in the early game because you would lose too many drones because your queens are not out on time, because you didn't build a hatchery spawning pool at the right timing to get the queens. Even though my build was economical, it had a downfall, and I think I've adjusted so that it made it better, so that it can, so that my build can work for different circumstances. Like if my build is too economic, like it used to be, it would work if I wasn't getting attacked, and I would be able to get away with more minerals and gas. I mean, depending if I want to get more minerals or more gas. I mean, assuming, I guess the way my build was before, I would get 100 gas, get speed, move all my drones from gas to minerals, and then move them back later to tech to lair. See, a lot of problems with this build because I wasn't thinking a lot of things. So I kind of just admitted what I know now. I mean, because I didn't know any better. And I think now I know better. So I do think that I've improved. So it's a bit sad to see, but I think I've improved significantly since beginning those videos. Like, in a way that seems significant for the time that it took. So like an exponential increase in awareness of the game. Rather than before, I think I was stuck playing the game without understanding for a long time. And then as I practiced, a lot of other things started to click. So I'm not saying that I'm perfect, far from it, as you've seen. Like, I've noticed some things that I did wrong in just the example games, and you'll see that a lot of players make mistakes that are obvious. Like when you watch the replay, you go, oh, I could have done that, but you didn't do that. Well, there's a lot of reasons why you didn't do that when you actually had to. A lot of different reasons. So you practice, and you build up those connections in your mind to tell you to do better. And you have a better developed game plan now because you've thought it through. And because you thought it through, the better game plan, it now, I guess you could say, it feels easier to play, or there seems to be more contentment with the act of playing because you're doing it better. But I'm not saying that the game gets easy to play, because oftentimes I find it's hard to play, practically speaking. The game requires a lot of attention, a lot of reaction, a lot of emotions. And so when I would play like 20 games in a row, I think that requires a lot of energy. That takes out a lot from me. So, I suppose the reason we only wanted to play one game today is because we spent a lot of time watching and analyzing games, and so we did see a lot of mistakes and a lot of things that can be improved. And upon viewing them again just now, some of the games, we noticed even more things that we could change in the game. So there's always something else you can learn from just watching again. It's like you need to be perfect to win. Well, I'm not saying you need to be perfect at my level to win. Of course, you can win games and not be perfect. But if you take this reasoning to the highest level and you're competitive, then the requirement is that you're closer to perfect and you make less mistakes. So your reasoning is better and you don't make game breaking mistakes. You know, games that will cost mistakes that will cost you the game. You make less those at least. And closer to perfect. I would say from our perspective, a lot of Grandmaster players from our perspective play perfectly because they have a perfect understanding of the game. But if you're seeing it from their perspective, then they might find imperfections where we don't see them because we're not aware of them. It is possible. And of course, we may notice mistakes that a Grandmaster makes because of our awareness. But in that case, the Grandmaster player knows how to react if they did make a noticeable mistake. That would be the difference because they would have to be good to get that high up in the ladder. Trying to think of something else that I can say about this game. Something that will just eat the time. I don't think we want to play another game right now. Like, we're tired in the sense that we don't want to sleep, but we don't want to play. So we're just talking. hasn't gotten boring. You know, I don't know what that is when somebody says this game is boring. I mean, because of all things that I can do to pass my time, this game has been the least boring thing to do. All the other things in my life are more boring than this. Now, I don't really know what to say, but I'm just gonna try to think of something. Oh, I noticed when I got to Masters League a few seasons ago, it was due to a glitch that happened with a lot of people who were getting gold or platinum from their assessment. They were mistakenly put into Masters League, and so they would be matched with people of similar MMR anyway. So even if I was playing other people from supposedly Masters League, they would have similar MMR, which would make us both platinum players in reality. So that glitch was never really fixed, and a lot of people are getting Masters League that are supposed to be in platinum. So that is a bit annoying because they never fixed it. So I got Masters League mistakenly, but I'm planning on wanting to get Masters League for real, like with the correct MMR and the correct placement, not from placement match that I'm supposed to get platinum in. So that is a bit annoying because sometimes you'll play supposedly Masters League player in the ladder, but you'll check their MMR and it's lower than yours, and they're actually platinum players. So they're actually lower in league than diamond. think with what I know so far, I'd be able to teach StarCraft 2, but the only problem is, as we've seen, I make mistakes in a lot of games. Some of those mistakes are costing me games that are preventable. So I'm trying to minimize those. And like, I still think I can teach StarCraft 2 because I understand it conceptually. I understand, like, I can spot my mistakes and see better ways around it. So in a way, I'd be able to teach it. And of course, what goes into a build order is not just following blindly a build because it works, but knowing the timings so that it suits you, or it suits your strategic your strategic outlook, we will say. So, for instance, getting 16 hatch, 15 pool, so meaning getting the hatchery at 16 supply, spawning pool at 15 supply. This is faster than what I used to do, the 18 hatchery and 19 pool. What I used to do, because I omitted this understanding of the game, it's like, why am I losing drones to Reaper or Adepts? It didn't click in to me that I had to change my build order. Didn't clue into it, but now that I've changed it, I have queens earlier, but of course I've sacrificed some economy for those queens. But of course, having those queens helps defend against Reaper and Adepts that could be there at that timing. So it's just important to know some of these things. So if you're going to do a build order, just understand the circumstances surrounding that build order. Like, why am I doing that build order particularly like that? And yeah. What do you hope to accomplish? So by doing that build order, you have to accomplish certain goals so that in the timing that you have to react, you'll know what to do. So that's what the build order is for. It has to be consistent with the ideas surrounding your strategic outlook, what you're going to do, how you're going to react through time. And of course, if you had a worse build order but you weren't aware of it, like I did, because it never clued in, then it might just look like an obvious mistake to a higher level thinking player that can be easily fixed by changing it. So I guess that's the problem with the game, is that, you know, you could say I played well in certain games, it looked good, but from a higher perspective, like a grandmaster perspective, it wouldn't cut it. It wouldn't work at that level, because what looked good in the replay wasn't perfect, and it could have been improved, or it could have been different in such a way that it would be better in those circumstances. So the logic could be better. If the logic could be better for winning, then that places a gap of where you are in the ladder. So I'm in Diamond. In order to get Master, my thinking has to be better. So the reasoning I use for my actions has to be at a higher level of understanding to reach master, and that's what I'm trying to get. Um, yeah, so I'm a diamond player, and I think that beats a lot of players still. So there's something to look and be like, yeah, I can beat a lot of players at this game. At the same time, it isn't the best. So the best possible outcomes, the best possible decisions, I haven't reached that state yet, you know, and it still seems like a far away thing to grasp. But maybe with a few changes, a few differences in the actions, a few differences in the reactions, we can get more and more of those so that they accumulate to a point where eventually I can get to Masters League. And I don't mean the fake master because of the glitch. I mean real master. Real Masters League. I'll just say fake Masters League versus real Masters League. Some of the players that I've played against in the group of friends that I have online are real Masters League. But some of them are fake Masters League, so they're actually platinum. But it's nice to be able to beat platinum players consistently. I think at my level, platinum is very easy to beat normally. And diamond players on the ladder, I think, like me, make a lot of mistakes. I make a lot of mistakes. So, in order to get better than diamond, and diamond is, to me, I mean, obviously better than platinum. Platinum makes a lot more mistakes. Diamond is closer to perfect, but still makes a lot of mistakes. As you've seen, I'm diamond and I showed you my mistakes. There's many mistakes. So master would be closer to perfect, but not really there yet. Grandmaster is even better. So there is a difference. And sometimes we try to notice that. What is the difference between master and grandmaster? I mean, grandmaster is the top 200 players of the ladder, the very top, and master, I think, is the top 2% of players. Yeah. So master is a greater pool of players, far greater pool of players, even though I can't reach that just yet, so I'm stuck in diamond for the time being. But I think we might be able to get diamond 2 soon, because we're high diamond 3 now. Let's see, what else do I want to say about this game? I would be willing to teach it to anyone, really, just for fun. I would even just go like, hey, you want to learn some StarCraft? And I'd just help them out if they wanted to learn. I think I'd have to be better to start charging people for lessons, obviously. I don't think I'm that good that I can charge anyone. I wouldn't think that would be valuable, considering there's a top grandmaster who sells $20 a lesson an hour, and he's top grandmaster, so he's very good, and he only makes $20 an hour from the teaching. So I don't think there's a lot of money in StarCraft 2, but that's okay. I mean, it made me consider maybe I want to take lessons with Grandmaster if it's only $20 for an hour. That would be amazing to have that. But I guess I don't want to do that. I figure I can figure it out for myself. There's like a pride in that too. So just resolving the problems myself rather than looking. I mean, I play so differently than the top players. Just my build is still very different, but I kind of acknowledge that they got to where they are because of their build and because of the timings they hit, especially getting Lair earlier, so that opens up the tier 2 options. I still like to get Overlord speed before Lair, and that is a preference. Maybe they've found a way to know what the opponent's doing without Overlord speed, or they've developed a strategic outlook where they would get some tier 2 upgrades or units which would help with their defense, and they would need minimal scouting to defend or something like that. So it could be their strategic outlook for the opportunities in the game may be better. They've thought it through better, obviously, because they win more. But that doesn't make me want to change the way I'm playing, because I consider the information that I get from the Overlord speed to be valuable. And I'm sure if I look hard enough, I'm probably not the only one who thinks that. But I've seen a lot of pros on Twitch, and like basically none of them get Overlord speed before Lair, so it's just something that I'm doing because I think it's good. It opens up the strategic outlook that I want in my game plan. Alright, time to get more tea. I'll just click something when I get back. So, well, for instance, I mean, I know I said I considered buying $20 an hour with the top GM. Well, Eggs is his screen name, but I didn't. I know I played with Ryu, so he's a European player, but only because I followed his stream and he would say who wants to play team games pretty much, and I would always say yes if I saw it, and I would just play with him, so it didn't cost me anything. Those were fun, but I mean, since I didn't want to buy my Twitch subscription again, and I just decided I'm gonna be playing more than watching, I'm gonna trust my own judgment and just watch replays, analyze, change things. You know, and if I have to absolutely really change things, then I will. But right now, I'm set in the same logic that I've been applying. So I still want to get 4 gas after Overlord speed and just get more tech, rather than getting more drones for minerals and queens. Because that seems to be working right now. Like, that could work. It seems good. So why change it? I would only change it if I absolutely had to, I suppose, because I'm not used to playing differently. So that is another limitation. So you can see I play differently than the top players in a lot of ways, only because I'm comfortable playing the way that I do, because it fits the way that I like to play, or like how I want to see it. What else do I want to say? I mean, I just might try to find something else to say about this whole thing. This phenomenon. I mean, StarCraft 2 is such a great game. And then I think it's sad when people have never played it, because they don't have the joy that I have in playing it. They may have played different games, and they may have struggled in those games, and they might have learned some things, but it's not the same as this game. Like, even the original StarCraft, I would say, is not as good as this game. Even though the original StarCraft gained great popularity and may have been very good in its own respect, there are a lot of things about it that I find annoying. Just the game mechanics alone is very bothersome, and if you change the game mechanics, then you change the game, so you'd have to rebalance everything. It just seems outdated, and maybe I should comment about the original StarCraft balance. Well, I even think that unit design for StarCraft 2 is better. So you might say StarCraft's a great game because it works, but I think the unit design was less thought through for the races, think StarCraft 2 was more heavily tested, and unit design is more fun, we will say. And the strategies surrounding them are more fun to play with, typically. They're good, useful units. Some might say there's a problem with balance, and some, like, I listened to this top Zerg Grandmaster say that Protoss is impossible, like very hard to beat as Zerg. But I think that problem occurs at the top levels when everyone is playing perfectly. So for a Zerg to beat a Protoss at my level, I think all it requires is a bit better play than the Protoss. And that's how the Zerg can win. And for the Protoss to win in the same way, there's a bit better strategy for the Protoss player to beat a Zerg player. So I don't think it really matters. That's what I'm noticing anyway. Sorry about the big pauses, but like I'm just having a hard time figuring out something else I want to say that I haven't already said. So I just paused again. I just hope you can find a way to skip to when I'm actually talking. But I don't know. I might just listen through this again and try to see how annoying it would be to skip through to where I'm actually talking if my silence becomes too much. But I'm gonna also see if I can tell when to start it again for when I go get tea and come back, depending on if you can just skip to where the screen changes because I click somewhere. And maybe somebody has listened to this whole thing. Maybe you didn't have to listen because maybe I'll be the only one to play it again. See if there's anything that's worth anything. Could be whenever you climb a mountain and you see the other side, you might feel empty, like, so you solved it. A lot of people have solved it already, so you're just another one that solved the problem. And not only that, other people have solved it better, so they have provided better solutions to your problems. Just trying to see, it's like, are things interconnected? Once you get good at one thing, do you get good at other things? Maybe in some respects. Maybe if you focus on grit and just moving through things, then that can work in other respects and other aspects of your life. Like, I wonder, I think Kung Fu, combat class, lion dance, the classes that I'm taking, because I like the instructor, because I went through his free trial and I liked the class, so I just kept going. I think doing that sort of thing helped with my StarCraft too. Because maybe my mentality's changed. Everything has to be perfect. I'm not sure if it's like my boredom or... Because you could technically say I could just practice StarCraft 2 all the time. but that wouldn't be fair to the rest of my body that needs physical exertion. So my body practices stances and drills, maintaining postures. I think that's important. I think fighting is important, learning to fight. In the same way, learning to fight might help StarCraft 2 as well. There could be interchangeable skills between things. In Lion Dance, musical portion, I think in some respects is important. Dancing is important, posturing, physical exertion, memorization of forms. I'm trying to see how that helps StarCraft 2. I think music, certainly learning, could probably help StarCraft 2 in other ways too. There are connections. Just the skill of being perfect, it would be perfect everywhere. So if you were perfect everywhere, if you were perfectly skilled, then they all connected and you've reached a point where you're just good at everything. That, I guess, is the ideal person. Maybe, because if I focus too much on StarCraft 2, then I'm lacking in other skills. And by lacking on other skills, I'm lacking at StarCraft 2. Because those other skills would have told me some insight to be better at StarCraft 2. Maybe they're all the same. I'm trying to see if it just fits into a bigger picture. I like the fight of Kung Fu. It's sort of like a final stance. If you just wanted to fight death, that's how I feel. I don't want to just die. I want to say that I fought death, that I kept living, and that I've tried to live as happily as possible. So I like that fighting spirit. I do enjoy that. In the same way, StarCraft 2, its requirement to be perfect to win at the high levels, or close to perfect, we'll say. It is, again, like training yourself to see it and to not see anything else. So, of course, having that skill would lead into other skills, and they would be connected in certain ways. So you could learn something. Let's say you were a perfect musician and you wanted to learn to play StarCraft 2. Well, there would be skills as a musician that you know that could be used for when you're playing StarCraft 2. But I'm not saying that just being a musician you can be good at StarCraft 2, because they're not that connected. You still need to practice StarCraft 2 a lot to get good. But like playing guitar, I guess you could practice a lot and you would learn some things. But it's not like you can go from playing guitar to playing StarCraft 2, so that's my disagreement there with the musicians. I mean, I used to think musicians were really good at something, but it doesn't compare to StarCraft 2 for me.
think I'm gonna end this recording. I might listen to it, the whole thing, and try to see if there's anything that I like, or, you know, if you did listen all the way to this point, then congratulations. But it must have been like a total drag because I'm just saying things as they pop into my head, and I'm just in that mood to talk rather than play and not rest. So right now I'm gonna end this recording and I'm just gonna listen through it, see what I like.
Alright, thanks for listening.